All right. Are we on this thing? Yo, good morning, baby. It's your boy Chuck for options or Chuck. Today is 11/6 and we are going to try and rock this thing today. Yesterday, oh my god, midday was pretty nice. I caught that wave midday. That was really nice. Um I wish I would have done it like live. Well, I guess it was live. It's just I was I, I was playing Path of Exile at that point in time. It was like, you gotta do something, or else you're just gonna overtrade. You're gonna just sit in front and overtrade. So you have to keep your wits about you. Sometimes, I take tests. I might watch a video, um, like a trading video or something like that. A, a documentary. No data. No data. Data. Wait, let me check. Am I live? Am I live? I don't even know. Is there anyone in chat? Can you let me know if I'm live? I didn't do my live check. I bet. I bet. Live check. Live check. All right, pretty good, baby. All right. So here are today's notes. I'm updating today's notes right here. 11/5 Wednesday. Today's Thursday. And let's get rid of this stuff. Hello, alarm. I am here, sir. Thank you. All right. All right. So we're gonna clean up our time sheet. Watch contracts. I do have a few watch contracts. I don't know about the gap. No gap. Spy. So we're gonna look at the 682s, and we're gonna look at the 681, 681s. The 672 is a good look. Oops. And these are our ranges essentially for today. All right. All right. Oops. All right. ATP. All right. All right. And yesterday's. You know what? Let's hurry up and tag this info in here. High of day 680.86. 680.86. Low 674. 674. 17. That's important. What was this range? 780. Pre-box 780. 74. Alright. We're going for yesterday. High, low, our open 674. 98. Nice. Give some space. Actually, no, we're going to keep it just within that section. Keep it away. 674, close 677, 677.58. They tried to do the thing again, but they missed it. They didn't hit it. They tried. They have someone else on. This is what I wanted to tag right there. Here's Tuesday. Make sure we want an ATP. Pre-market 6.5. I wrote them down. I didn't put them down here. I have these metrics right here. 675, 76. All right, we got our low in. This is our high pre-market. This is our low pre-market. Currently 67.09. This is what we closed at yesterday, though. So they bought it right back to the close. What was that pump pre-day? What was that pump then? There we go. All right, we have 6 minutes roughly. Let's break open some news so we can be ready. Be ready for some news. I want to get ready for some news today. I'm going to look for a midday Trump something. You know, but we're going to take our time today. We're really going to stroll because I don't think they're going to do anything too crazy. Today is all FOMC. Yeah, this is Thursday right here. Here we go. Yeah, we don't got anything really scheduled. 10 a.m. Bostic's at 10:30. You see, we really so we are left to the world's devices. We don't have any data to keep the market focused on a trajectory. So the trajectory is just straight up going to be like everything, you know. I can get my cup. I'll be right back. Oh, that stretch felt good. All right, ding, ding, ding. Almost that timed out. um, let's get our. Just gonna drink together our little cocktail. Today's mango, Philadelphia mango water ice with our classic. That was weird. All right, I'm waiting for the alarm to go off to scare me. There we go. Thank you. You still freaking scared me, even though I was like right here. All right. We are a minute away. And we are. Wow, we're going back towards pre market lows. Pre market lows. So we're going to take our time. We are going to take our time today. I am. Market is open. Ding a ding ding. Ding a ding ding. Ring a ding ding. Are they ripping? Alright, let's hit. Boom. Oops. Boom. Boom. Robinhood red. Spy selling off. No. I just want to hurry up and mark my levels before. All right, pop. All right, levels are taken. I want to catch you. And we do want to. Damn, Duolingo down 27% already. What was that? What was that? Okay. Okay. All right, we're gonna see what they're gonna do. All right, we're gonna see what they're gonna do. All right, we're going up. 2 minutes in, they chose green. Pre-market high is 679. That's delicious. All right, let's check out our AMD hoodie. Beyond meat. We're just going to mark our levels right now. I put out 2 irrelevant beak wetters. I just picked up 2 of the single prints. And just want to see what they about. That's all. Because that's a good range. The single prints are a good range. All right, we're going back up. Hey, these contracts didn't lose any steam. All right, so we are pushing up. So we want to go shopping. We want to go shopping. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we have to think ATP. ATP is a term that I made for a trading strategy. I don't exactly want to release it yet. I guess when I get the first time I get like 5 people, 10 people, because it's kind of um I do 5 people. First time I get 5 people, I will explain what ATP is. Look at that. All right, so this is the top of the range. That's 679 range where we were yesterday. And this is like the last couple minutes. That's the last couple minutes going down. We ended up down here. They saved it 3 something in the morning. They saved it right here. That thing was going. So I mean, there's a lot of propping going up right now. Trump's at 11. That's that data point I was looking for. Trump at 11. That's data. This is why you got to listen. That's why those gurus. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, how are you going to just? I don't know. There's just so much going on everywhere. You know, we have the internet. You know. And those. Them Jones moving up. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, my little beak wetter. My little beak wetter getting a little wet. Um, there we go. No one's buying a dip on Duolingo. 11 a.m. So we already know what's good with Trump. So how are we going to play Trump? Because best believe Trump is playing the market. Best believe he's playing the market. So I think we're going to make money on the upside with the calls. Trump come on, that's going to be the hammer. Usually that's how the hammer is at uh with Trump, but he's coming on at an earlier time. Not a fuckery time at like 3 o'clock. This is an ultimate fuckery right here. So he's coming on at 11. Whatever the market is doing, I think it's going to do the complete opposite. So this shit going to eat for a minute. It's going to eat. This shit might eat till 11. You see, they're giving us the directions already. They're letting us know. That's why the data is so important. The data, the time of day, all that stuff is so crucial. So crucial. I hope your trading guru mentions this stuff. Or maybe you have to give them enough money before they start giving you tidbits like that. That's probably the case. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. All right, so this is 940. 940. Trump gonna come in here fucking mm, 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 mm. You know, yeah, trading is charts and numbers and everything, but there's a lot of nuance to it. Mm. Oh shit, my joint was muted this whole time, yo. That's crazy. All right, so update. If you would have got these puts up here, these puts are up a lot. They're up 60, 70. They're in the 70 percentiles right now. I was debating whether or not if I should put the correct prices and everything down, and I did. I have the high day right there, and we're still dropping down to the low. You know, we want to be technical because things are happening on the technical level. You know, so we really want to. Okay, so now we're in another deviation right now, so this is really good. Wow, those things hit 100%. So if you got those contracts that any of these right here, 100%, 100%. All right, all right. So we are going to actually. Mm, those would be good. We are going to find out what's going on here. Uh, excuse me. Oh, all right. This is very precipitous. Sheesh. All right, we're hitting at 10 o'clock, so we're going through that 10. So we're going through this 10 o'clock. Yep, these contracts are they're still going big. This one's at 77%. The other joint's at 100%. Yo! Ah, crap. Hold on. All right. All right, we back. We are back. All right. The money is looking good, too. Should have went a little bit harder on them. Damn. Because that one is there. These at 150%, 160%. All right. So we have about another half an hour of this going down. S&P down 0.5%. UVIX. So UVIX should be up, 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 up. There we go. Same thing. VIX up, 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 up. 144. Damn, I should have went heavy. I should have went real heavy. Usually I go fucking heavy as fuck. I go heavy-handed as fuck. But now, damn. This could be a retest right here. What's here? This is the best one. It's cool. We can do that. We can do that. And that could have been a low right there. That could have been the low right there. All right, that was an hour and a half of dropping. Alpha down 33%. All right, so that could have been our low right there. That could have been our low today. I mean, this is definitely low of the day so far. You see, this is definitely a metric to put in. The first one, but you know, you have to see these bounces. So we have to put these in 1005, 10. What did I do? Okay, 1005 low, up day, 672, 672, 52, 52. All right, so now we got our high, we got our low. It was hour and a half. So now we're going to see what this is, what this does. We have a couple beak wetters going to the upside because we have our data point at 11. So maybe that's the low right there. It didn't immediately V up. But we went through our 672 gap fill. And we filled our gap. Filled. Filled. Gap filled. Now I don't know if it's going to be the downside or the upside. Let me check and see if I have the actual number. What's the actual number? It just says 672. Fuck. Oh, that was a Friday. Monday. It's just that Friday. Gap up, not fill. Doesn't say what's going on. All right. Are we going to go for another leg? That was already a deviation, or two deviations right there. UVIX. Just following the UVIX. There we go. I thought so. I thought so, bitch. I thought so, bitch. I thought so, bitch. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. ATP, baby! ATP! ATP! That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. All right, let's see if these levels can hold, and let's see what we do. That could be low update right there. You know, I would rather slow grind rather than just an immediate bop, 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 you know, go up. We don't want to go up fast. We don't want to go up fast. We want it to be a nice grind up. Nice grind up. We don't want it to be too contentious. All right, ATP. There's Apple and you. SoFi. What is SoFi at? SoFi's at 29. SoFi's at a nice place. Whoa. Where that comes from, guy? All right. So we have our lower day. So now it's the same rule principle. You know, we don't want to mark another like low. Well, I guess now as the day moves forward and we have more of something behind us. So if we get another high and then we go low, no, because we're just looking for those points to be broken. So no, no. So we just got to wait. You gotta wait. I didn't sell any of my contracts. I kept them because we didn't change our structure. You know, instead of putting in a stop loss, my stop my stop loss is once but I also put them in early enough that where if we do break underneath that, I can sell. I can sell. I'm sorry, excuse me. But we want to be careful though. When Trump start talking, we want to be careful because he's talking early, nice and early, nice and early. So now we have more meat on the bone, and because we didn't sell here, we got a good entry. Okay, we went through this. The reason why we didn't sell through this is because we didn't break this. So why did we got the contracts? Because we didn't break. So now we're going up. Now we got meat on the bone. Now we got percents on our contracts. So now more. So now if we hit more downside, it's cool because now we got more give. So when they do stop rate losses, it's okay because we're up percents. If they take away 5 or 6%, it's cool. We're up a lot of percent. We're straight. So here we go. So now here's our add-on. This was probably the add-on right here that we wanted. That was probably add-on time because we're gonna eat through this. This is nice and early. It's 10:20. Trump's on until at 11. He's gonna probably come on early. Right now, all those contracts are killing it right now. All those contracts are killing it right now. I know I should have added on 40%. Well, I guess I do. I had enough out there. All right, we're gonna probably have a half an hour of green. So, oh man, I should have added on. I should have added on and like in my 15s. But now the contracts are so high; they're in the high 30s, 40s. I don't think I wanna. It's just so expensive now. I don't think I want to put that money on it. I don't know. That's not bad. I guess. I guess that's not a bad one. Ooh, it's getting kind of high. Nah, I guess we can chill. Sheesh. No, we were late. We were late. I mean, I have enough contracts. I have a few out there. It's just I didn't hit. I didn't hit it the way I wanted to hit it. Shit. Damn. Ugh. Ugh. They're just going up and up and up and up. Even these are getting expensive. Shoot. Shoot, we got $4 to go. That's a whole $4 ass. Damn, they're already at 50 something percent. Apple. I found it. Apple. Look at Apple. I was I was just looking. I'm like, where is this coming from? Apple. It's coming from Apple. Look at Apple. It's coming right from Apple. Wow, I got better value than I don't know. Hmm. All right, I think we're going to regroup soon. Keep that. All right, I just locked in some profits. I was locking some more profits. Because I do not like that. And we had good interest. We had really good interest. So let's see now, because we know we have Trump talking, and that's look at this. Look at this. This is exactly why I wanted to sell when I did. I sold at I sold at the tippy top. I sold at the tippy top. And let's oops. All right. All right, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for the next move. I don't like the breadth of the market currently because we're definitely getting ready for Trump. Trump is a bummer. What time is it? Yep, 27. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, there we go. Oh no. ATP. Um, they just rinsed. Let's see what they look like. They just rinsed. There they go. Mm. All right, we're gonna let the market breathe. We are gonna let the market do what it do. We're gonna wait for something around Trump. I'm gonna wait for something around Trump. Till then, this is not a this is a structure change because this is within the series of events of our high and low. So we have a 1025 structure change. 1025 structure change. All right, going down. Um, AM. I don't know why I just didn't just getting rid of this 3 right here. Structure change going down. 1025 AM. Okay, boom. I guess we can um put in the price. 675, 675, 36. All right, so we have a structure change right now. So yeah, high of day, low of day, structure change at 675, at 1025 going down, 1025 going down. That's our structure change. So that would be a put if you bought a put right there going down, that would be, you know, that would be a time to buy a put. Like I said, that's when I sold my calls up there when I started to see this structure started to change. There's no reason to hold the calls. Make the money, get that money, and get out of there because you don't know if it's going to go back to that price. But also the thing about that is theta. There's theta in these contracts, so the more time that goes, it has to go up. You know, um, at a reasonably rate as it went down. So it has to go up at the same rate. It's in that time frame in order for that contract to gain that strength back, that money back. It's crazy. So that's why sell what's in front of you. Don't worry about what's out there too much. You know, sell what's in front of you. Trade what's in front of you, especially when it comes to these option contracts. Like there's strategy and there's other things. And you got ATP. ATP is a term that I came up with. So if you want to know what ATP is, just let me know. But there's ATP and things like that to where, there's just intraday moves that you can do. So, that's why you have to pay attention to, what's going on. So you can get a good move like this. This was money right there. To right, that was money. That was money right there. This to this, that was money. We don't know what this is. That's why I'm not in a trade right now because I don't know what this is. Also, we also have Trump at 11. So you got to pay attention to the time frames. People that's, trading, just not about the charts and the graphs. That stuff is, small part of it. I say you got to Batman that stuff. Batman has problems. He has uh, things on his utility belt to solve different problems throughout his, crime fighting and everything. Back in the 70s, the dude had shark repellent. He ended up fighting a shark. So he was fighting a shark all of a sudden out of nowhere. You never seen this before a day in his life. He pulls out shark repellent because Batman, he always has a contingency. You know, be like Batman. Yeah, the charts and graphs matter, but the time matters, the events matters, liquidity matters. The ICT shit matter. All of it matters, man. You just can't come out at one side. And that was a nice short too. Now that would have been a nice short because they just took this up. They just took this away. We, if they get rid of this, I mean, well, that this move is invalidating this whole thing. That's why I say trade what's in front of you. You see, that was a good trade. It is no longer a good trade if you held those contracts. We didn't know this was going to happen. We just seen that this was going to happen. We seen that we weren't breaking the low, so we kept the contracts. Boom, we got paid. Well, pay yourself. I sold. I paid myself. Now waiting for the next move. I was thinking about putting in a put, but it was like, why? There's a bigger move I'm waiting for. I'm not. This isn't the move. This is just playing right here. The real move is coming, and I want to get ready for that move. This can be a part of the real move. I don't know that, but you know, um, right now I'm happy with the trades I've been making. We've been making money on the trades we've been making. So, this Let's keep this party going. Let's keep this party going. And I said I wanted to go hard. You see, and that's why I didn't buy on more contracts because I knew I was in the middle of that trade and like why I missed the point of the add-on. You don't want to pay a 50% premium on something and adding on. That's bad money. That's bad money right there. You don't pay. Because how much you're up. Well, that's how much of a premium you're up. You're going to sell it for that much. If you bought something for 5, it goes up to 25. Why the hell would you want to buy 2 at 25? The you know you should have been made that choice. That thing is at 5. You should have bought 3 at 3 or 4 of them at 6 or 7. Well, no, that's not fair. I'll say at 10, even if the 5 to 10 or 8. Like I mean, not not 50. Or I mean, not 25. you know. Damn, that would have been a nice short. That would have been a really nice short. Damn, I don't got nothing short. Damn, let's see how futuristic I was thinking. Technically, I still do have puts. I was thinking too futuristic. I should have reeled these puts in a little bit longer, so then they'd be activated today. But if we do something long and we like sell off, then they will be activated. We still got some time to top mover BYND. That's crazy. A hood down's 8%. All right, so we kicked through the low. We kicked the new low. That's the low. Oh, yep, yep, yep. We kicked new low day. This is new low day right here. We're kicking that door down. Wow, that would have been an amazing trade. That would have been an amazing trade. Wow. Wow. I think I'm late to the party. Wow. I am late to that party. What time is it? 10:37. Mm. Mm. Look at that. Look at that. They hit another deviation. Wow, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Those things are up 200 something percent. Absolutely incredible. That was that squeeze. That was a squeeze to go down lower. Wow. Wow. I missed it. Wow. I could have bought it too. That's a lower high. Oh, of course that was a lower high. That's gonna have to break that. And as soon as that broke, okay. All right. Well, let's look for the next. Let's look for the next sequence right here. All right. This is new low of day at 10:38. This data is important. 10:38. New low of day 671.73. All right. Wow. Wow. 10:30. Yep. Sick. Sick. That's so sick. I missed my ATP. Wow. I hit 400%. It was this. It was this. It was this, but it broke through the deviation though. It broke through. This is a deviation. Crazy. Crazy. I was right there too. I was right there too. Wow. Wow. I just missed a 400%er. That's going, that's more. 400% and gone. Wow. 500%. Google just went red. What we gotta do is, so Trump is talking at 11. Wow, I missed it. I missed it. Wow. Ah, that sucks. 600%er. We're about to. Whoa, look at that bull trap. That was a straight bull trap to go lower. Fuck, that was a bull trap. And this is the part I didn't participate in. You see, those other trades were just small trades. 100% here, 60% there. The whole time they were setting it up for a fucking 700%er. Right there. Crazy. Crazy. Only thing they're doing, if you think of a sponge, a thought experiment, get a bucket, fill it with water, get a sponge, put the sponge in, and then rinse it. Boom. Calls. And then they submerge it again. Now rinse it the other way. Not the same way, the other way. Rinse it. Boom. That's what that's just a big tug and pull every single day. Every single day. Then boom, 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 boom. They hit those levels. Trump is talking at 11. This is why I didn't even want to participate in any of that. That was a nasty bounce. That was nasty. What a move. So what they did was, you see, they when they did this, they made all those puts cheap, real cheap. The puts were already expensive. They were really expensive, but they made them real cheap right here because through the time, through the time in the day that already happened, now they're moving them the other way real quick, and they're whiplashing them, whiplash, whiplash. So now they got the puts nice and cheap. Boom. Now the calls are getting cheap. As we go down, calls are getting cheap. Calls are getting cheap. When Trump come on, I think it's going to go the other way. I mean, it's only going to go up, or it's either going to go down. But I think the buzzsaw is going to happen like that. I think they're going to make the calls cheap, cheap calls. Boom. You know, that's why the levels changed. The levels changed so much because now, you know, things are different. You know, because now open to 75. That was market. We hit 675 pre-market. We're at 671 right now. 671. Yesterday, pre-market low was 672, 73. I mean, you see, this is a stop loss raid, a stop loss raid right there. Now the Bears looking kind of weak. Sellers looking kind of weak. Why didn't they eat that back up right there? I mean, buyers looking kind of weak. Here go the sellers stepping up right now. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? 672. So this is that gap up right here. This is Friday. This is 1024. All right, what's underneath this? 62. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Trump's on at 11. He's only going to give bad news in my opinion. News only going to get worse. Damn, I missed those. Damn, I can't believe I missed it. I missed it. That was sick. That was now. Those are the moves I'm looking for right there. Those are the moves I'm looking for. Those are what I'm looking for right there. So what's going to happen? I think Trump is either going to make it worse or total V recovery. That's what he's going to do. He's been losing in the headlines, but maybe he's going to try and win in the stock market. He's going to try to get the money on his side, make the money feel better. Yo, I stopped that bleeding. Remember that. So let's go shopping. I don't know. You don't want to really fight the trend right now. Things are going down. I say fuck that. Where, where's the buyer dippers at? Yo, man. This is good. This is good. This is really good. All right, this is new lower day. Oops. What time is this? 10:45. All right, that's cool. 10:45. That's cool. Excuse me. Hmm. Well, can't miss that 400 percenter. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't think you understand the amount of money and risk that is. That's $4 going into turning into $15. That $15. I mean, that $4. You buy 5 contracts for $20. That goes into 675 bucks. $20 into 75 bucks. $20 risk, $55 uh, upside. Those are the kind of moves and everything I'm looking for. This is looking like more consolidation to go down. AMD's down 8%. That's crazy. It's AMD. Fuck. AMD. Damn, these contracts are up. Oh my God. When? Oh my God, ever since open, this thing has been dying. Damn. I don't know, I'm trying to get some of this AMD. 700%. I don't even know. Sheesh. What's the point? That's crazy. AMD. What else is down here? Hood? Hood taking a big hit. These aren't up crazy. Addy, are you okay? Okay. Are you okay, Addy? Addy, are you okay? Okay. Okay, Addy. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. And we go, picking go. Ah, boom, ba dum dum, bakaka, ba dum dum. Ah, Addy, are you okay? Addy, are you okay? Are you okay? Addy, are you okay? Addy, are you okay? Are you okay? Addy, are you okay? Addy, are you okay? Are you okay? You've been in by, been by, ooh, come in. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, dum, da-dum, dum. Ah, dum, dum, da-dum, dum, da-dum, dum, da-dum, dum. Wow, things are dropping hard. It's Palantir. No hood, just Palantir. It's PLTR. We're gonna probably buy some PLTR. We want to look for Trump. Crazy. Palantir. Even Tesla is dropping. I mean, Tesla ran it up yesterday, though. This is yesterday, right? Yeah, here go yesterday. Yeah, Tesla ran that shit up yesterday. So this is. Damn, they brought it right back now. They brought it right back now. That's crazy. Damn. 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 He said, nah, dog. And he said, no, dog. Crazy. Addie, are you okay? Addie, are you okay? Are you okay? You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Of course, he's not gonna come on. He's gonna probably be on around 12. This dude is never on time, man. All right, so it looks like this is the market taking a breather, for the next leg. So the next leg up or the next leg move? Down. Ha! All right, so up would be the upper channel of like 79, 679, 680. I would say maybe 680, 675 now. I don't know. End of the day, mm, mm, I don't know. Ugh. You gotta look at the contracts. Mm. Ooh, this can get good. Hmm. Looks like support since 10:45 to now. 10:45 to now. So 20 some minutes of just egregious chop. At least they came up and then came down a little bit more. This can be a stair stace right here. This is lower highs. This is lower highs. And look, this boom. Look at that yellow line. This is just lower highs. Lower highs. It's gonna come like right here, spike up a little bit. 72, maybe 73, and then we're gonna go right back down. Right now is not the time to write the short. If you're going to short, it looks like we're moving down. I mean, we got lower lows. I mean, lower highs, lower lows. I mean, what are you supposed to think? Hmm. Hmm. Our boy is not coming on early or on time. Woo. You know what? Oh, he's late. Let me use the restroom. Perfect time. Ugh. All right. We're making these ducats, baby. Yeah. All eyes looking down. Melissa Clark. Hey, what's up? FOMO, new low a day. How you doing, Melissa Clark? I'm sorry, I just shifted over to the screen. I didn't see it. New low of day. Yes, yes, technically yes. New low of day. Um, we have to mark it. Yes, absolutely. 11 what? 11:19. Uh, new low of day. New. Oops. Yeah, and let's put in the price 670. 670.54 if we are being technical, in which we are. So we have to put it down. If you're feeling ballsy, there's your call. If you're feeling ballsy, they did that once, but they faked it that time. Oh no, that was the big one. Yeah, that was the big one. Look at that. A fair missing out. Yeah, Melissa, I'm no bear, no bull. I just trade what's in front of me. But you have to lean towards the side, every day. So every day, I just rock like a pendulum. And if you hit the pendulum the right way, you line up with the market. Because that's what the market does. It just constantly just keeps rotating. Even in its upward cycles, downward cycles, it rotates up and down, up and down. At least that's what I see. I'm not a guru. I wish I was. What is this? Wow, only Apple. Wow, only Apple. Damn. Talk about missing the boat. what is the whole market is but leading? What do you use on Apple? Okay, Apple is starting to join. So what's picking up? Hood, AMD, Tesla, Nvidia, we are consolidating. We hit this puppy, we didn't hit it the way we wanted to hit it. And that's very, very unfortunate. All right, look like we're breaking out the other way. What time is it? 33. Whatever Trump is going to do is going to do the opposite. I mean, I think he's going to crash the freaking market. Me personally. What time is it? 35. All right, this is the beginning of 35. All right, we can be attacking another zone. We all know he was going to be late. We all know he's going to be late. Whoa. 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 We will take that. 9, 8. All right, we got some meat on the bone. We're gonna see. I scaled out of one contract, so now I got one runner. I made that one free. We made a little bit of money on that one. On these other ones, we're gonna see what they are gonna do. They're up a little bit, but we need them to, Trump still hasn't come out. The move has been pretty much one direction all day. It's been down. This was something else, but this could be that right there. So I mean, right now, direction's going down. We missed this guy right there. This guy was beautiful, but now they can do the same thing over here. It can rotate up. So we're going to look for a rotation period. We have a new low that's currently in at 1136, new low 1136, 1136, new low, a new low a day, 669.77. All right. So we have some meat on the bone, meat on the bone. All right. So with that little bit of green, it doesn't matter because we got meat on the bone. When you got meat on the bone, you have some leeway. So we have a runner because now we want to catch, some more. My other contracts are up like 400 something percent right now. They're the ones on the board. So the ones on the board are dead. I mean, they're expensive. You can buy them if you want. They're just expensive. They're just hella expensive. Mm. It's just be so early that I don't want to get into certain trades, but like that's just the best price, and that best price is it's expensive, but it's the best price, and so it's gonna move. It's gonna move like it's supposed to, especially when it's in a direction like this. They put Trump right there in the middle of the day so he can break up whatever is happening, good, good or bad. They just don't want whatever it is to be too much. He's just that's why you notice every day that we don't have data, Trump is right here to to do what he does. All right. If we hit this deviation, if we break this deviation, that would be really nice. That would be very nice. Because that's another leg down. Well, what's the chances you see, that's not, well, yeah, there's a leg down, but they came up. I mean, this is a big move. 77 and 72, that's $5. And then they went $4. Another $4 will put us at 60, 65, 65, 66 can definitely be a magnet. We can hit 66. We can hit 66, 65 today on the low end. They can just leg it down, take out that whole leg right now, take out that whole $4. I mean, that would have just been incredible to catch that earlier. Absolutely incredible to catch that earlier. Here we go. We're going down more. This is more new lows. Puts. This is a put heavy day. Put heavy day. We're still waiting on Trump. It's about, oh, all right. If you are following me, we are grinding. A grind down is strong. What a grind in any direction is strong. And this is a grind. This is a grind. We are making some bread. 60%, 57%, 40%. Uh, those are 100%, 40%, 40%. We're going down some more. That'd be nice if that can hurry up and turn. That'd be a nice sell. I can scale out of those. And for that amount, that's double. I hit principal on the other side. All right, so the puts, we're making some good money on the puts. What about these? Let's sell 3 of these. Let's see if we can sell get one out of there. It's like it's deciding what it wants to do. Once that click, I'll feel better. And then we got some chilling. That's what I didn't want to see. That's what I didn't want to see. All right, this is lower day right here. 11:44. No, because we got to change that anyway. New lower day 669.36. All right, so this is a point of contention right here. What do we want to do? We have some nice numbers. That's one thing we're not going to do. Okay. Well, I guess we're just going to have to let those go back to 0 because I don't want to sell to come back in. I don't want to rinse that money. This can just be a shake off. So we're just going to just stick with our break even. We don't want to go negative on the trade, but we don't want to keep going in and out with money, bringing money in and out, because then that's messing up later trades. I can fix more errors, more money, so You know, right now we got a lot of meat on the bone. We're gonna let that simmer. You're gonna let that simmer until it burns. Then once it burns, start burning at least, you know, take it off. You know, it was cooking. And the only reason why I'm doing that is because the direction is in the same direction of my contracts. Excuse me. So that would be the only reason why, you know, I would keep, you know, the contracts. You know, usually I would trade what's in front of me, you know, but this seems to be the direction of the day. This is like a heavy directional day. All right. We got that weight back. We got that weight back. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hood's down 10%. Wow, no federal bailout for AI. So if these companies fail, you fail. Mm. Mm. Ooh, that Palantir put is going nuts. Whoa, that Palantir put is going nuts. That Palantir put is going nuts. Calm down, broski. All right. This is feeling very bearish. Let's start looking for some calls. We should maybe just keep a eye out for the other side. All right. I was scaling out of some contracts, moving some stuff around. I bought some Palantir puts, some SoFi puts. I bought a lot of tech puts, AMD puts. All of them was doing really well, and I was just managing those right there. All right, we de-risked a lot. All right, we took a lot off the table because let's make some money, pay ourselves. You definitely want to pay yourself. Make sure you pay yourself. You made some good moves, pay yourself. Things are looking kind of shaky. We don't know this consolidation. Trump was supposed to come at 11. It's now 12. Just so many factors. But we're selling, up 55%, 60%. The other ones, they're still up 400%. They they dropped. Oh, they dropped a lot. They're still 400%, still 400%. Like, I mean, what you doing? All right, so right there. So this might be a great time. These are priced out. Oh no, they're not quite priced out. Okay, it's all of those. You come up. What did we open at? We opened at 676. That's our target. That's our target. 676. And that single print. We're going to wait for some confirmation. We're going to wait for Trump, because the market can definitely drop more. Right now, we're in a different time in the day that theta are on these contracts like mad. There we go. All right, theta. It's 12. 11. 11's too early. Theta is still really strong, so it's going to move, with the derivative. So, he's late. This is bringing us into the second third of the day, at which the rate of theta increases, and I guess your delta. It increases. No, delta goes down. Yeah, delta goes down a lot, along with theta. I don't know which one is faster, honestly. All right, so this is new low a day. Do we have this? 1157. 1157. 1157. New low of day. 669. 01. All right. All right, here's Trump. Here's Trump. Here we go. Here's Trump. So were we just shaking out of our puts or what? If not, we are going to. Right now, these are all crazy green. Our calls, we can get ready right there on the call side. All right, let me. Supposed to two of you that's in my ear this whole time. Just going with it, boy. We don't want news, we want news sound.
been covered by Medicaid. They've often cost consumers more than $1,000 per month, and some a lot more than that. Americans have been spending as much as 520% more for Zepbound and 1,400% more for Wegovy than patients in Europe. Think of that. 1,400% more than a patient in Europe for the exact same box. And that ends starting today. The other countries are not happy with us. I don't think they like me too much, Bobby, but that's okay. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are committing to offer Zepbound and Wegovy at most favored nations rates for American patients. This will slash the cost of Wegovy from $1,350 a month to ultimately $250 a month. $1,350 to $250. Did I do a good job? They're going to write about it.
Round of applause.
They like to not write these things.
Clap.
And reduce. You think Biden could have done this? I don't think so. And reduce the monthly cost of Zepbound from $1,080 to $346.
Rent free.
In addition, they're both committing that future GLP-1 weight loss drugs taken orally, which are currently under development, will be sold at no more than $149 per month. It's a massive, think of that. You go from $1,300 to $149 a month. We anticipate these new versions will be coming out in a very short period of time. All of these drugs will be available directly to the consumer at trumprx.gov. Trump, they want to use my name. Trump, it better be good. trumprx.gov. And I think it's turning out to be pretty amazing, right, us? Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And you all remember when I had 1/8 of 1% for the year. I cut it 1/8, and I was so thrilled. But now we're cutting it 1,000%, 1,200%. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Nobody else could have done it, but I say that modestly. In addition, you think it was easy dealing with these people? It wasn't. You think it was easy saying your drug, Mr. Eli Lilly, that we're selling for $1,300 is going to be sold for $250. You know the amazing thing, the stocks all went up. I mean, these guys they're fantastic. Because the world's a bigger place, and it's going to equalize. I was a little surprised to see that, but I'm happy about it. In addition, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to provide all of their other medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. Most favored nations, meaning that you will pay the lowest price anywhere in the world. That's what you're going to pay. Whereas before they paid low prices and we paid, thousands of percentile ahead more. And to sell these drugs to all consumers at deeply discounted prices via trumprx.com. When is trumprx.com opening?
The site is open. It will launch in terms of giving people prices before the end of the year.
Okay, got to make sure it's successful. It's got my name on it. I don't want to be like so many others. I don't want to be like the train they're building in California. Okay, which has about
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Start laughing.
Or the Obama, the beautiful Obama building that he's building in Chicago for the museum, which is now shuttered up and dead. They got it up, and they couldn't finish. It's about, would you say, 5 years behind schedule? Yep. And about 2,000% over budget. Then he tells us how to run Medicaid. Many of the most widely used drugs will be available for 60% off, or even more than that. In addition, all new medications introduced by Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to the American market will be sold at the heavily reduced most favored nations price. Most favored nations price, that's the best. Because they have been thousands of percent lower than what we were selling in many cases. Furthermore, Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion, that's all, and Novo Nordisk We'll invest $10 billion. That's all. That's peanuts. In the United States to reshore and do a big domestic manufacturing job in the facilities. They're going to spend, so Eli Lilly spent $27 billion. Novo is spending $10 billion in the United States. So they're building new plant and equipment. That's part of what will be 20 or $21 trillion this year. There's never been anything like it. I know nobody talks about it, but there's never been anything like, I would say, you would say, that there's never been anything like this ever, whether it's China.
He turned around to make sure everyone's shaking their head.
You could take
your
all
head?
of
You shaking
Europe.
your head?
There's never been anything
You're shaking
like
your head?
this.
Hey, guys, shake his head.
So we're
All right.
already past 17 trillion. We're going to be, I think by the time the year closes out, we'll have investments of over $21 trillion based on the way we're going. And by the way, tariffs are very important. Without tariffs, perhaps it could be a little bit different, to put it mildly. Tariffs are so important. The decision in the Supreme Court would be devastating to our country if we got a negative, devastating if we got a negative decision. But this is a great day for American health and healthcare and for all of American patients. These are things that are miracles to have this happen. And they're, you know, we're bringing all our medicines, again, because of tariffs, we're bringing all our medicines. If you remember where during COVID, we made almost no medicine here. We had to go to China, we had to go to Ireland, we had to go to other places, UK, to get our medicine. We didn't make it here. Now we're making it, we'll soon be making it all here, again, because of tariffs. And my election, but because of tariffs much more. For years, politicians have talked about making healthcare affordable, but my administration is actually doing it. Americans deserve the best healthcare in the world, and we're now getting the best healthcare at the lowest price. So I'd like to ask somebody who's doing a fantastic job, Secretary Kennedy, to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Dr. Klump, and then Eli Lilly, CEO David Ricks, and Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar. These are incredible stars in that business. Like Dustar is a big star. I can tell you that David Ricks is one of the hottest people in the world in business, but the business that he's in is pharmaceutical. And the job he's done with Eli Lilly is incredible. Both of these gentlemen, they really are stars in the truest sense. And it's an honor to have you in the White House. And go to it, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for declaring war on chronic disease in this country. This is something no American president has ever done. If we want to solve the chronic disease crisis, we have to tackle obesity. Obesity is the #1 driver of chronic disease. 50% of our adult population are obese or overweight, and it drives about 50% of healthcare costs in this country.
His mic.
Diabetes,
Yo,
cardiac
why are you
diseases.
yelling like
we are going
that?
to see a decline because of this historic agreement. We're going to see a decline in costs, but also, more importantly, in the afflictions themselves. There are, President Trump is the friend of the forgotten American. Is a disease of poverty, overwhelmingly. And these drugs have only been available for people who have wealth. At one point, the majority of prescriptions, the highest concentration of prescriptions in this country, was the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And what about the people who live in rural areas, who live in food deserts? What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them. It's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change the food culture in this country. They're going to change the kind of food the military gets. They're going to change the kind of food that our children get. We're releasing those in December. The Presidential Council for Physical Fitness is going to get more Americans into, particularly our children, into physical activity so that we can attack the root causes of this. But in the meantime, there's nothing more important than we can do than lower this price. As I said, it is the #1 cost of all drugs. This is the biggest drug in our country. That's why this is the most important of all the MFN announcements we've made. This is going to have the biggest impact on the American people. All Americans, even those who are not on Medicaid and Medicare, are going to be able to get the same price for their drugs, for their GLP drugs. This happened because of the vision of David Ricks, of Mike Dustar, and the other people, and the people on our team who figured out a way to align the interests of the shareholders of their company with the health of the American public. And it is a momentous accomplishment. It took months and months of negotiations. And I had a wonderful conversation with Mike Dustar about his experience, and he thanked me for the caliber of people associated to him. Chris Klump, who walked away from $1 billion business in order to join this administration, Emma Hernandez, David Brooks, and of course, Dr. Oz and Marty McGarry, who made this happen. They saw that this could be a win-win situation, that this was not a zero-sum game. The Biden administration tried to solve this problem unsuccessfully, I might add, by throwing $40 billion at it. And they were able to achieve an agreement that will actually create savings for the American public. So we're making all of this available at a savings, and that's because the price of diabetes prescriptions is also going to drop. And the savings that we get from that are now going to make it available to people who do not have diabetes, people who have a BMI of 27 and above, or pre-diabetic, or have heart disease risk. They will be able to get it, but everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose, the American public, because of this agreement, will lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. It is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country. And I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. He said that I'd gotten a lot done as HHS secretary, but almost none of that is due to my ability.
So I think
it's because I'm surrounded by people who are smarter than me, who are more able than me, and those people came into the administration because they were inspired by President Trump. People like Chris Klump are here because they see this.
Do you think they are?
Yeah.
No.
Believe me, they're a lot smarter than I am.
Why don't you take that
Come on,
job?
come on, stop. No, we don't need that. We don't need Trump. You're done.
It is true, unfortunately.
Let him continue.
But I want to thank you, Mr. President, because you've been able, you've made me a success here by allowing me to attract these extraordinary people. And I want to again thank David Ricks, who we've been in this Oval Office again and again. You keep saying he's the smartest guy in industry, that he could talk a dog off a meat truck. But they came to the table, and Mike Newstar told me, he said,
I convinced people for 20 years that it was okay for Europe to pay $10 and for America to pay $140. That's why they make 45, 50 million a year. He did. Finally, I said, I've had it, right? You did. He did. But anybody can do that.
Technically, new lower day.
But now it's
12:22.
down to what it should be.
All right, so that just could just be some
and
more
Mike
policy.
Dusar told me what a pleasure it was
on the right track.
to
Maybe
negotiate with
just a
people
straight
who
up
were
put that.
smart, who had
You know,
common
they just
sense,
didn't want to.
who were
You know,
able
today
to
we
put
were dropping.
themselves
This
in
is their
his
way
position
of softening
and hammer out this
the
deal that
blow.
is good for everybody.
688.
And it's great for the American public. I want to close again by just
98.
saying that this is
All right,
a
so
tool that's
what is this, recovery
It is not a
or what? So
silver
this
bullet.
is-
It
this is
is an
some
arrow
support,
in our
I
quiver.
guess.
It will allow a lot of people who are
Where are
locked
we on the
into
support
high-risk
line? We wanna find
obesity
the support.
to finally lose weight, to reset, and then start
That's
doing the kind of
precipitous drop
things
right there.
that will address the root causes of obesity. So I thank these extraordinary CEOs for sticking with us on this, for allowing us to make this happen. Mike Dustar said to me, he said, we've known we've had to do this for many years. We just haven't been able to get over the edge, and that this President Trump's order, his executive order, was a catalyst to do something that we always knew needed to be done. So again, thank you for your vision, for your commitment, and thank you to all the CEOs and all of my team for making this historic agreement happen.
Bobby, you haven't changed your view on Tylenol for women that are pregnant?
No, as I said,
There were some false reports out about Tylenol that Bobby changed his view. I don't think he's changed.
I'm not going to change until the science changes, and the science does not look like it's changing. It's getting stronger and stronger. Every day, what we recommend is that mothers, pregnant mothers, talk to their physicians, the mothers of small kids talk to their physicians, and we've advised the physicians to reduce the thresholds and to reduce the amount of Tylenol that they give to children as much as possible, and only use it when it's absolutely critical.
Lowercase 663, 1022.
So we're going to go through some of the deal points, but it does make itself clear that the real stake here is the forgotten man. President Trump, I believe you won the election because you remember the forgotten man. You speak to them, they hear you, they listen to you, and he connects well because he actually does things that materially change their lives. Secretary Kennedy spoke passionately, as he always does, about the problems with obesity. And just to put some very fine point numbers on this, obesity itself is responsible for half of all chronic disease and definitely generates more than a quarter of all the money we spend out of CMS, the $1.75 trillion that we spend annually. We need to address this tempest of dramatically increasing prices for healthcare, and you're not going to do it just by throwing money at the problem. You have to actually causes of the increase in price, and pharmaceutical prices are a part of that. They've been a part of it for a long time, but this president insisted that we address it. In fact, the first time I heard this directly from you, sir, was in January at Mar-a-Lago, where he took Secretary Kennedy, myself, Mr. Ricks, who you'll hear from in a second, to dinner, and demanded explanations for most favored nation pricing and what's wrong with it. And there was not a good reason against it. Now, MAHA is critical. America will have to get fit in order to right-size the healthcare system, and MAHA has the answers. It has obesity management through diet and exercise and sleep and dealing with issues related to that. And I want to say it as clear as I can. Obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs. We're all clear on that. But as Secretary Kennedy said, it is an arrow in our quiver that we must use and should use. The MAHA movement means making it easier for the right things to happen, easier for you to be healthy. If you're sitting at home and watching, that's what MAHA means to me. Reducing costs of the #1 most expensive medicine category in our country for Americans does
That
just
matters,
that.
by the way.
This is MAHA
This point
as it
matters,
gets.
by the way.
Today's the 4th MFN. President Trump highlighted the first 3. Leading U.S. company, leading European company. We've dropped fertility drugs, so we'll make lots of Trump babies, I'm hoping, by the midterms. But it's really about fairness. Fundamentally, it's fairness in pricing to Americans who have been getting ripped off paying 3 times more than their European counterparts for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same bottle, in the same packaging. We shouldn't be paying 3 times more, and we are no longer doing that. Fairness to the forgotten man also means dealing with the reality that they can afford a life-saving, life-changing drug that 10% or more of affluent Americans take, but folks without means can't manage it. Secretary Kennedy mentioned New York City. Actually, the #1 zip code is the Upper East Side, which is where you have property. And folks who know ritzy areas buy important real estate there because those real estate properties are worth a lot there. That should not be the #1 zip code in America for purchasing GLP-1 drugs. It speaks to the fact that we have an inherently, innately unfair system that penalizes folks who can use these medications the most, folks in the Rust Belt. Now, what are you supposed to do if the right thing to do for your health is right there, but you can't afford to get it? Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications, and being fair about its distribution is essential. And we are democratizing access to these medications and dealing with a moral imperative to make sure that all Americans have access to avoiding all the obesity-related complications by making sure they can afford, if they do things right, not just MAHA appropriate interventions, but also medications like this. In fact, we think these deals, and this part's very important, we believe these deals within 2 years, By the time the ink dries on these contracts that were signed earlier today, within 2 years, based on our health improvements, we will be budget neutral. These drugs will not cost us money. The American taxpayers will be getting their money back. That's how important it is for us to reduce the cost of healthcare in this country, especially when it's due to preventable problems like obesity. In addition, we have an update, Secretary Kennedy. We thought it was 125 million pounds. Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 billion pounds by the midterms. But I don't measure it in pounds. I measure it in saved lives.
They can't buy no
People can sleep
food.
again because they can breathe.
Well,
That's
a
when
lot
they
of
go to
people,
bed.
some
Folks
people.
whose knees don't
Snap.
hurt. People who don't have heart attacks, renal failure, dementia, all the things we know are associated with obesity and much more. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the right tools and had the ability with a team that has been spoken of early. So I want to call out Abe Sutton. He's in the back right there. He leads the CMS Innovation Center. It made the deal possible. And they are announcing today a new model, a brand new model aimed at getting to the vulnerable populations amongst us these medications. The forgotten man will be able to afford these drugs now. Governors will be thanking President Trump. They should be calling directly, sir, because they're going to be able to afford Medicaid next year in ways unimaginable, and they will stop crowding out education and other civil services. We cannot be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. That's why today's MFN deal is a historic step forward for all of America, and this is something that I don't think is partisan. There is no way you can argue against what just happened. These numbers to my side here, Administrator McCary, who's been instrumental in this process as well, $1,350 baseline. Chris Klump will go through the numbers, but just focus on that 245, which is what he's going to point you to. And Chris Klump has been an unbelievable leader, an innovator. You've heard his name before. He's spoken here before, but he is continuing to change the face of CMS.
12.
And I love the fact that with his leadership, we're bringing a lot of wonderful people in. Inma Hernandez has been mentioned, John Brooks as well, and many others, including Beth Kelly, who runs the legal issues around these issues, because these guys are barracudas, Mr. President. They will take you down, slice you in little bits. And Howard's been there. It's no longer happening. You've got sharp folks. We're open for business. It's a generational opportunity to serve, and people are showing up. God bless you. Let me introduce now Chris Klump, who is just makes my life easier every day. I'm so proud of him.
All great deals are rooted in principles. We've talked about this before, and today we're announcing another truly great deal. I love this deal, and it's rooted in the principle of potential. This is about unlocking the full potential of every American, the grandmother, the grandfather, the father, the son, by unlocking access to affordable solutions that make a meaningful difference in their lives when they need them most. That's what today delivers. It's a deal built on principle for people, for the American people, and backed by policy that works. So the most important step to getting healthy is believing that your life has value, that God meant for each of us to have purpose and joy and to live fully. And to do that, we must be good stewards of our body. And the president has been fighting to provide another tool to do just this and enable this. And it's my pleasure to get to outline the contours of the deal today. So first and foremost, customary with the three prior announcements, all of the customary most favored nation terms that you've grown familiar with apply to these two deals. So this is actually deals 4 and 5. Full Medicaid portfolios today at most favored nation prices. Shared savings from existing drug prices in Europe deployed back to the United States. All primary care drugs at US net prices or most favored nation prices available on Trump RX before the end of the year. And most importantly, all future drug launches across commercial, Medicaid, Medicare, and the cash markets at most favored nation prices going forward. Now, GLP-1s. So first, under this agreement, starting doses of oral GLP-1s will cost just $149 a month for everyone. That's roughly 1/8 the cost of the list price today. For Medicare, manufacturers are voluntarily reducing their prices for GLP-1s currently used for diabetes and other covered indications to $245 per month across all doses. The savings generated from this change in prices will be used to provide new coverage to obesity and those who struggle with obesity and also have high metabolic or cardiovascular risk. Again, all for the same $245 a month. That means Americans struggling with diabetes and obesity, with heart disease, or other chronic conditions can access these life-changing drugs more affordably. Medicare patients, importantly, will only pay $50 a month for a copay. This is a massive reduction from what happens today. For Medicaid, Novo and Lilly have agreed to extend the same new low government pricing to all 50 state Medicaid programs should they opt in. And we encourage them to opt in, and these will be available not just for diabetes and current covered indications, but also for obesity again. And in case you're getting tired of me saying it, at the same price of $245 a month, all covered doses. On Trump RX, the average price of injectables and orals will start at $350 on average. That's compared to roughly $500 today. And that will trend down to, you guessed it, the same $245 a month over the next 24 months. That is 1/5 of the list price. It is 1/2 of the best price in the United States today. We're hoping, Mr. President, that your friend who has to travel to England to afford these drugs will no longer need to do so and can come and do it in the United States. I'll also just mention that the $149 is $1 less than what you asked us to achieve. Just gonna make sure that's clear. So I want to highlight two other really important points that make me love this deal so very much. First, this isn't about spending more, it's about spending smarter. The savings from the diabetes drug price reductions are being used in a cost-neutral way to fund the new indications for taxpayers. That's amazing, and that happens inside of that same 24-month period. It's cost neutral. We're spending the money more wisely. But second, this isn't just about lower drug prices for Americans, though it does do that, but together with physical activity, with healthy eating and diet, and where appropriate, the use of breakthrough GLP-1s, the real return on investment is healthier Americans. Lower chronic disease, lower costs, we estimate by tens of billions of dollars a year, and most importantly, higher productivity. Today is about freeing Americans from the weight, literally and figuratively, that holds us back. It's about unlocking the potential of every citizen to live fully, to contribute fully, and to find joy in their health. We cannot reach our full potential as a nation if we do not reach our full potential as individuals. And we cannot reach our full potential as individuals if we are not healthy. Thanks to Novo and Lilly for showing up so constructively over the last several months to make this possible. In particular, thanks to you, Mr. President, for again demonstrating that you fight for every American, this time for potential. It's now my sincere pleasure to first introduce Dave Riggs from Lilly and then Mike Dusto from Novo.
Great, thank you, Chris. It's truly an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, are you okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
Press out. Press. We're going. Thank you, press. Press. Right, guys. Cameras. We're done. Cameras.
right, I am back. So the shift came when Trump left. That marked the bottom, and now we are trying to go higher. Hopefully we do. Hopefully we do. So we're coming off the high of 677. So we dropped almost 10 points. We dropped 9 points. We dropped the whole 9 points. So let's see how this resolves. Oh, man. Let's see how this resolves. This could be another bull trap. You know, we've seen this before today. We've seen it right here. I mean, it isn't as big, as egregious. Right there, right there. We tried, fell. I guess try, fell, try, fell. This could be the third. This could be the third for confirmation. This is when he left. He got there at 12 and change. He got there around this time, somewhere around this time. That's when he got on. And so this is when he left around here. Ever since then, we've been going up. Let me turn my news back on so we can hear what's going on in these Wall Streets. In these Wall Streets. Oh, I meant got off. It's the love that you share between a man and his boy. He need love. You can turn that LL Cool J song into a love song between a son and father. Who's live? We want to see who's live. So we're going to see what kind of a recovery we are going to try and make today. It's looking like a V-shaped recovery. That's what it's looking like. You know, I waited a little bit before I got into my calls going up. I waited a little bit too long. I was looking at them when they were like in their like low 40s, and I bought them kind of late. You know, so I have some sweat because I didn't buy them. I didn't buy them directly at the low. But this is the low of the day. Boom, right here to here. So let's see what we can do with this little bit of room and go from there. Just keep these two. So this is good on the 5. You know, there's a lot of room to go. 675. We're looking for open. End of day. We're going to close around 675, 676 in my opinion. Okay, I see. Can we reset? Actually, we can reset. All right, so we have this grinding motion. The same way we had a grinding motion down, we're having this grinding motion up. So the grind is good. You know, we don't want the quick, erratic up-down moves. We do want to grind. All right, let me start eating my food. These charts are going to do what they're going to do when they do them. I forgot the ketchup. Oh my gosh, I have backup ketchup. Don't ask me how I have backup ketchup, but just know I am. There we go. I am a ketchup enjoyer. I enjoy ketchup. That's the shit I don't like. That's the thing I don't like. All right, so this is going to be the test right here. Test. So we're going to see if this is a good trade or a bad trade right here. Well, I mean, it's going to be, well, the trade's going to do what it does, and I don't like what it is doing. It's a lot easier to hold. A lot easier to hold. And you're going to get a stop loss. That's not 10, that would be like 12%. You might put it like 13 and change percent, but I'll sell it then. I don't want to get rid of it right now. I don't want to get rid of it right now. I had to shave the other one because the other one, it was hitting thresholds. This is looking like hmm. 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 I have to let it go. I have to let it go. You know what? Let's scale out. We scale in, let's scale out. All right. So you have your threshold. There we go. Thank you. So I got rid of half that position. That's fine. I got rid of half that position. I'm okay with that. Mm. Alright. All right, let me eat my food, enjoy my food, because this market, I let it go. I let it go. Okay, that's not bad. All right, all right, good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Mm, that's my stop loss right there. I don't want to give it up, but I may have to. Ugh. I have multiple contracts. You should really focus on just contracts. It's okay, because you can have, let's say, $100 and you have a contract. You have a fairly expensive contract. $30. And it can go up and down. It can go down $5, $6. The thing that hurts is, okay, it's only $30. Well, what if you got three to contracts? That's $90. But it goes down $3. That's $9. That's damn near 10%. That's 10%. That's only $3. And when it comes to relation to the derivative, well, that's probably like SPY. That's like cents. That's like 30, 40 cents or something like that. Like, it's not a lot. So those moves are precipitous. They are quick. They are very, very quick. All right, so there's more jerking going around. Wait, no. I mean, if we're still going down, then it's really just all eyes are still going down. So we're still going down, but that was a big theta hit. This was a theta hit. Theta hit. Yep. I hurt a lot of people right there. Yeah. That hurt a lot of people. You weren't you weren't ready for that. All right, we're good. That was it. That was a big jerk. Jerk, jerk. Still going lower. Consolidation jerk. Well, that's why you gotta watch them. Ouch. All right, that's crazy. That's a big change in structure right there. That hurts. Oh my goodness. This is crazy, 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 crazy. I'm not. This is insane price action right now. We're going further down. All right. Wow, that hurts. All right, well, you know what? I'm so happy that I scaled out of mine when and how I did, because that would have hurt me. I'm back. I'm listening but working. Oh, thank you, Melissa. Melissa Clark, thank you. I will be sure to control my reactions, and I will try not to cuss. All right, well, we have a structure change up here. We should definitely update. Let me take a bite of my food. Let me take a bite of my food, okay? Let me take a bite of my food. Where's my ketchup? Okay. Because I'm sorry about that noise. I got really loud right there. I'm sorry, but I got my food a long time ago, and it's just getting cold and colder and colder. But I want to make that money, but I gotta get myself some energy. But I will take a couple bites.
and see where we are. No, you're fine. I own the place and I'm right there with you. Okay, awesome. um, how far away? No. Well, I missed the trade. I missed that trade. But opportunity is always there. Mm. We are at a level here. You see? Same level we were at earlier, but they broke through it. I was talking about it here. They broke through it there. You know, look, we're right back at it. A little bit off, but it's still the range of the level. So we can break this. You see it? You see it better right here, right? You can see it right here on the 5 as well. So we're going to have to break this. I mean, something's going to have to happen, you know, but you want to be on the right side. It sucks that such a 50-50 is just so brutal. Those other bad label are so I followed some plays earlier and I didn't take them. I don't know why I didn't take them. And they broke out like hugely, the 450% respectively. They're like 5% off of one another. One's 450, one's 445. Insane. I wish, and if you took any of these, because I put these up at like 920. If you took any of these two, you killed it. You absolutely killed it. You know, because I wasn't ready for it. This happened. We open. This is open. We're here. This happened. Doop 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 doop. Hundreds of percent right here. Hundreds of percent right there. And grind down. That's like a other 100%. That's why they're at 400 and some percent respectively. You know, and I was like right there. I was in like other trades. They were fairly like the puts were all up hundreds of percent already, but they wrenched the contracts in the morning when they spiked it up. While I was looking for the puts, I was just in the wrong puts because those two were a little bit expensive. I was looking for another price. I should have just taken the price on what I put on the print, and usually that's just what it is. So like these, I usually hit these. This is 100% hit. Well, no, I give them like a 95% hit. I can't say 100, but these are usually money. Money, money, money. Usually I do more, but today 450 going on 500%. If this breaks, whichever way it breaks, because even if it breaks up, you're only going to lose like 50%. So you can just sell them for 400%. If they break down, you're looking at a 1,000%er at that point in time. So we want to get ready for that break. All right, there we go. I appreciate you, Melissa, for coming to hang out with your boy. We do some trading. I'm sorry it's not so dopamine centric. All right, so here's another pop. We're going to ignore this. Well, not ignore it. We didn't hit a new low. Did we break that low? 66914. No, this is just a low. This is just a low. Interesting. 113. It's not a low of day. So this is a higher low. This is a higher low at 112, a higher low. 112, a higher low. 669.14. Okay. All right. So I think if there's a play, this is consolidation. So this is breath. So we want to make a move from here. Are we? Well, I mean, are we going to break lower or higher? The time is 1:14. We have 2 hours. 1 hour and 46 minutes. Of that, 15 minutes of that is lost on zero dates due to them automatically selling them at 3:45. So, you really have to be careful right now on the contracts that you buy because of theta. Everything's going to be extremely theta sensitive. So, yeah, you want to be careful about that. Boom. All right, so this is a level. We can play this level because this is a higher low. You can play this level. This is, of course, no, this is a higher low. Yeah. This is a higher low here. What kind of a range are we in? Let's see if we can find the range, if there is a range. This is a range. No. No. Well, here's our support. Well, we have our support. That's our support, first of all. We have our support, first of all. That's our support. So support is set. We have our floor, a floor for the day or whatever. Now they can keep bouncing off that, and then what are they going to do? They're either going to keep bouncing or they're going to break it. Those are two things that we should be looking out for. End of day, we're going to have a target that we're going to want to reach, and I want to be a part of that target because we're at 669 right now. I was looking on the outer scale, and we're actually trending down. How can you trend down in a bull market? For the past few nights, the market sells off. We wake up, it's back up, but then it sells off during the day. What does that mean? Our move is happening soon, and we want to be ready for it. Look at this. What is this? What is this? And just failure. Well, there's going to be another move. Okay. I'll be attacking this lower print. All right. So right now you can see the theta creeping up on the contracts right now. You can see the theta creeping up on the contracts right now. It comes in really slow, like the fog. It slowly consumes. Wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. That's all they do with the contracts. Today is a wax off day. Tomorrow's going to be a wax on. You see, but these are the moments, these are the choices that you make right here. It's like, you hit this move, what do? Because you don't know that this is happening. You don't know any of this is happening. So I'm starting to develop a better leveraging strategy. You don't want to go balls to the wall because you don't know what's going to happen during this point in time. But when you get, and that's why it's all about entries. But when you get the right entry, well, not the right entry, but a good entry, uh, almost the right entry, you know, um, and then it gives you a lot of play because as that contract increase and you see the rate that it's increasing, now you can add on. It hit 10% in no time. All right, add on, boom. Now you're at plus 5%. That 5% go to 10%, 15% in no time. You know what? It's cool. Let me buy a couple more. You don't want to buy something when it already hit 50% premium, 30, 40% premium. How much more confirmation do you need? Sheesh. you know, how much confirmation do you need? So I've been really trying to be conscious on that, and with the right amount of contracts and everything for the percent. 3 contracts at 50%. You got money in principle right there. If you got 5, depending on the percent. So you just constantly doing math, risk and reward and stuff like that. So I've been wanting to really hone in on that. I've been wanting to get a good strategy, just hone all of my skills. And that's the point of the stream. So I can just go back and really just look at everything. I've been finding a lot of things inside of my trading that helps. Okay, let's take some more bites. We have some more fried potatoes, a little bit of eggs, some grits, kabaski. Last night I made I threw a steak on the grill and made some potatoes. So I'm gonna probably have that for lunch. Well, I guess I'm having breakfast for lunch. All right, that later. Hmm. Am I in anything? No. We're just watching. We just want to watch. Like they're going to want to break it to a side. Right now, it's looking really bearish. And that's the best time to attack because those calls are cheap. But the thing about those calls are they are oh, you know what? I'm looking at that wrong. I'm looking at this wrong. But by the time that breaks, it won't be a good it won't be a good price anymore. All right, let's see if we get this confirmation right here. So we don't have low. No, this is nothing. This is nothing. Oh, that was that. And this is not. So ever since then, we have been going up. Going up. Higher low. And this is a structure change. Higher low structure change. SC. All right. Oh wow. You see, 26% premium right there. 20% premium if I were to buy more of those. And I waited for a while. The 674 calls. 20% premium. I guess I can probably get more. You see, I've been watching them ever since they were $17. And I bought one at 19. And now they're getting a little bit higher. All right, this is for a premium. This thing is moving. I tried to get it for 25. Couldn't even get it for 25. I got it for 29. The second one, I should have got more. I should have got fucking like 5 of them motherfuckers. Because when they were 18, I wanted to buy like 5 or 6 of them. But we could be breaking out. We're going to see. We're going to see if we're going to trade out of this channel. We have to break this right here. 672 is our target. We have to break that. We break that. We are in. I mean, it won't be blue and cloudy skies, but you know, we see something from down there. We broke through the 672 gap. And that was fine. That was ugly, boy. That thing was ugly, boy. So we tried, and then the seller said, "Nah, bro, we're trying again." What are the sellers saying? This is crazy. This is what happened today. Today has been. Look at this roller coaster. Well, not really. No roller coaster. What the hell? Not just a straight move down. What was this? 10:13 and 10:40. So this is a half an hour. This was a half an hour of nastiness. That's why, boom, you sell, you make money there. Figure out what's going on. If you don't take this, you can take this. You got choices. You know. I took this. That's why I didn't see this. You know, so that was big. I took this. I took all this, so I didn't see this. This got me. Although I was looking for lower, lower. I was looking at the wrong stuff, wrong prices. I could have got in there with anything damn there. Then you want to sell that. So with this right here, we're going to trade this channel. So we're just trying to find the channel. I was going up a lot on the contract. How can I say to you what or not not to you necessarily, but just say, a trading strategy and everything, and just not implement it because it was just going up too much. It's like, well, what am I looking at? Like, why aren't I adding on to something comfortable? All right, if not, we just get our money back. Damn. So this is another failure. Is this going to be another failure to the upside? Failed to get out of it. Failed to get out of it. Failed to get out of it. That's 1, 2. This is a big retest right here. All right, we're trying to get out. We're trying to get out of this downside slog. And we have to wait. I'm wondering if they're going to keep making LO days. I'm waiting for good entry points. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Look at all these lower days. That's insane. I mean, at least if you need a confirmation on your direction, I don't know how much confirmation you need. You know, for where we're going, but there has to be some point in time when it's like, all right, they're going to cut the BS. All right, okay, all right. So now, is the BS cut, or are we going lower? So now that's what our entries are. But that's when you want to scale in at the right times. You scaling one at a time, one at a time. When it fails, it's cool. You're only taking that 1% of a loss in the contract. My problem is that I'm going balls to the wall. Whenever I have I'll go to the balls to the wall. So if it fails, it's like, damn, that's taking money off the table that I can't use no more, and that's also putting me negative. So it's like, go one and then go more. But when you get them at such a good entry, it's like, all right, well, if that's the price, then that's the price. Then that could be my problem too. I don't give it enough confirmation sometimes. But you definitely have to give it a couple minutes of confirmation. But you know, that's the point of me having this timesheet right here, because the timesheet really helps me with um I can't pin you. All right, this is good. These are really good. These 674s. If you picked up the 674s, they're really nice. They're back up to a 20% premium. What I mean by 20% premium, that means how much I paid for them. Well, from how much I paid for them. So they're up like 20%. Well, if I want to buy another one, it's going to be 20% more expensive than what I paid for my average cost, or whatever it is. So this was technically low a day right here. Back here at 1227 technically, and that's only if we're being technical. But this was a good time to buy the puts up here, and then you make money off those puts. Now they trying to get them back, but me, I'm looking for the upside. See if they have a rejection here. Yeah, I know, right? I'm looking right now. I'm up 20%, so I'm up 20% premium. Is looking strong going into there. So, but I don't want to pay that premium. That's kind of 20% is a lot. From I'm okay with these two. I'm okay with these two. All right, they're up a quarter. The 674s. Where were they? The cheapest point these were 14 cents. At 120, these were 14 cents. My eyeballs got to them around 17 cents. I think that is a stop rate right there. Wait, no, yeah, that was it, and then it came up higher. I guess they're testing our stops, or maybe that's not big enough. Let's look for candle structure. This is a hammer. No, the handle is really small. Yeah, it's a really small handle. You like hurt your wrist. You try to hit something too hard with that. Oh, look at this balance. Straight up consolidation. The market's trying to figure out which way, man. Sheesh. Look how tight that is. Tight. 107 to 123. Look how tight this is, man. Whoa. You're like, is it down enough? The answer could be yes. It's 135. 135. That's just all. Those lumps, though, that's a lump. That's a lump. This is a lump. Huge lump. What is this? What is this going to be? Is this another lump, or is this the moment? Because the closer we get to 4 o'clock, the more the theta is going to be heavy on these contracts. If you think of it like that, think of it like a air balloon, and theta is like weight that's weighing the balloon down, and that's time. Theta is time. And the further, not closer, well, I guess closer or further, I guess glass half full. The closer to the strike price you are on your contract, relative to the time and the time of day and the structure, especially for these zero dates, that matters. They're going to be moving at a crazy speed. All right, so they're up 50% right now, these two. So I guess if I sell those two, yeah, we're going to get our money back. That's 100%. But that's with the math. That's why I wanted to get 3. So when I hit something above 50%, I can sell 2, just have 1 go. And that's the power of 3. So I'm developing different strategies and everything. One of them I call ATP, and this is going to be the power of 3. I'm going to put this in law. Power of 3 in your but your risk is going to be depending on that much. So if you want to only put like $100 of risk, then you want each contract to be underneath $30. So that's $35. I guess 34, 4, 8, 12, 33, 3, 6, 9, $33. $33, for those 3. I have it at 999, 99, wait, 99, 99, not 0.99, just 99, 99, and yeah, 99. So let's put this in. I definitely like that one. The power of 3. Because when you go down to the power of 3, that's just math. The same thing with the, maybe 5. But maybe you want to get, further out of the money. So then that's when, of course, you can get more because they're cheaper. But that move has to be it. That has to be the move. If it's not the move, then it's not going to move. Awesome. You're going to put it here. We're going to put it here with my ATP strategy. This is the power of 3. Power of 3. This is going to be really powerful right here. Really strong for trading. It's going to help your risk. It's going to help your reward. And it's going to allow you for more upside potential while limiting your downside potential, And on top of that, so you want to open up one contract at a time. Yes, but even then, oh, wow, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. I got to write this down. a piece till 3. So you want to leverage into the contract at between 10 to 15% each. So you want it to go up, it hit that 10 to 15% range, you buy another one. Hit that 10% range, you buy another one. If it's acting crazy, buy 2, but it's max 3. Ooh, this is good. This is really good. Okay, so right here, all right, where's that 40? So yeah, we're at 45%. We've seen a little bit of red for those 2 minutes, but the contracts didn't change. So I would think that's strength. You see, I guess I should buy 3 contracts right now. You see, the inside of me. See, I come from a poker background, so I have gamble. I have gamble in my blood. Uh, None of my predecessors, like my family, my dad or anything, are gamblers. It's just that I've been gambling ever since I was working at Red Lobster. After Red Lobster, we would play baseball and we would put our tips and everything up. We played different poker games and everything right there in the back of Red Lobster and Langhorne. And it was an awesome time. Good time, man. Good time. And we used to do all, and it started from there. Then later on, I got into poker and everything and started my own poker game. And I started traveling the country and everything, dealing and playing. Man, awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. But I have gamble in my blood, so I have to be careful, especially when it comes over here. But I'm starting to learn more and more and more about these contracts and how they move. This is why I wanted to focus on the SPY because, wow, you can do some crazy things over here. A couple weeks ago, I did really well. Making a lot of money, and then it's like, fuck, I don't know how to. I had to learn how to trade with the amount of money that I have because it was just too much. So it's like, well, what do you do? And so this is when I started developing this. Because now you don't want to over leverage yourself inside of trades. You want to stay between, in your means and everything. You want to you want to hit it the right ways you want to hit it. But yeah. So you see this slow grind up. If you bought these 674s, they're now worth 37 cents. I got them at 24 cents. So this is a nice, beautiful, wonderful grind up. I should buy a fucking another one, right? So I can do my fucking power of 3, right? We're at 75% right now. I don't want to pay this premium. I'm buying one. All right, power of 3. We were up 50%, but now we're up 25%. So with that expense, but this can be a breakout move, or I sell for the 25%, 30% that I'm at right now because it's moving up, and that's that. You know, that new money that I put in, I couldn't get it to work for me the way I wanted to. Even then, it shouldn't have been that expensive. I should have bought that puppy back at not even 30. I bought it back at a very expensive price. But the trade is working out for me right now. We're at 35% right now. But we're in that direction up, going up. So that's good. So we're just gonna let this go. We're gonna watch it. I guess we can put a tight stop loss on it. We can keep it tight. But I mean, this is the direction now. The day is over. The data is out. The smoke is cleared. I think this could be it. We're looking for a breakout. No rejection. You see, look, no rejection. Should we come up here more? Should we give it a little bit more? You see, look, you see, we can eat up a lot. We can finish this day at 741. We just gotta watch. You don't want to use new money. You want to use old money in the trades. This is why, when you doing all that in and out, it's tough to follow that. I like to have nice clean trades. This is why I have this. because I want clean trades. All right, 37. I'll be 38. All right, we're gonna watch this. We got our finger on the trigger. We got our finger on the trigger. All right, we're looking for a big breakout. 40. Whoa. All right, they're doing well. They're doing really well, actually. I guess I can take my finger off. I'm taking my finger off the trigger. Can I? Can I? Can you give us 220? Can you give me 220, please? 7220 so I can take my finger off, please? Please? I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. Please, sir. May pretty. All right. So you want me to 60, 672, 20. I am parched. I am quite parched. No, no. You telling me to chill? Before I was going to go there, I am looking for weakness. We were at that 7220 right here. What time is it? 1:45. What are you going to do? Finger is back on the trigger. I pulled the trigger. We took the profit. We took the profit. Let me grab something to drink. Conviction is a mug, bud. You know, you gotta be, you can't be getting married to these contracts. You can't be getting married to these contracts, man. You can't get married to these contracts, but you can have some loyalty. You can have loyalty. Loyalty. You should be loyal. But it's crazy out here. It's crazy out here. You want loyalty. We all want loyalty. All right, those were the 674s. They are lower than what I sold them for, a lot lower, and they are dropping and dropping more. As you can see. So that can be a whiplash to get me out, or that can be a directional. I don't want to participate in whatever that is. We have a new structure. I sold. So that was definitely a big structure change. So we can put this in right here. 144, big structure change. $144 structure change. Higher. So that would be a higher low, lower high. That would be a lower high. Lower high structure change down. Now we're going to find out if this is a jerky jerk or not. We're going to see if this is a jerky jerk or not. Okay, there we go right there. So this can be a stop rate loss. No, I mean a stop rate. Is they're rating the stops. They're rating people's stops, call stops. So anyone that has calls right here and that has and they have a stop loss on it, well, they bring the price down to trigger them so they can make a run up. Well, we're going to figure out how did they evaluate that right now. So we have a high, a lower high, a higher high. Same thing here. So I mean, we could be, we could, we don't know. I forgot my crystal ball in my gym locker in Gotham. in episode 4 of year 2022. So I don't have access to it right now. All right, let's figure out what's going on. We have calls going to the upside. Those are nice. That hood. What is Hoodie doing right now? Hoodie's at 131. Nope. So let's take a look at those 374s again. I mean, if I didn't want to buy one at that price, well, no, technically they're cheaper than what I sold them for. 34. I'm willing to, I can buy them at 34 before, but I don't know about that actually. Um there's going to be a lot of movement going into end of day, and that's another set of style of trading actually. The day is comprised of different trade setups and levels. The earlier setups are easier. The 10 o'clock, the 9:30, between like 11. They're the easy setups. You can easily make a certain amount of money from there every single day. I A plus that right there. I A plus that setup every morning. The harder trade is that intraday trade, and then they're going to give you a directional trade later on in the day, you know, and then you're going to have that uh that power hour trade, and that's the S tier trade, and that's the hardest trade. So there's different places, and this is just with the SPY. I've been studying the SPY. There's different places that you can go, and throughout the time. Before I used to only trade until like 11, and then I start opening up some more, data, more data events later on in the day, then I start having more money, because those beginning trades were just making me a lot of money. It's like, all right, I'll double, triple my money every morning. What the fuck, easy, So, but throughout the day now it's like, all right, well, there's different ways that I have to go, and there's, I want to uh, get certain value from other places when it comes to these contracts with SPY and everything. And look at this. All right, so this is the move. This is the move right here. That 36. This is that move. They're not moving. These are moving. That has to move a lot more than that. Right now is also a good time to start getting ready for tomorrow, too. So we want to look at what today did. So this is today. This is what happened um overnight. This is yesterday. This is where we opened yesterday. And this is where we closed. Just a little bit off of one another. So they're doing these big magnificent moves, and they're taking us right back to the value. So this is why I think we're going to go right back to near value. We open at 76, so I'm putting money on 75. I think we are going to hit 75 today. Especially right now. Right now is the time to really, um, because you're there's a flush period, and this could be our breakout period right here. Usually they do two things at a time. They'll pull two tricks at a time. They won't do the same trick more than three times. They'll do this. They'll do the same thing two times, and then they'll move on. You know, maybe I'm just out of sequence, so we can see if they do. But we are going to find out soon. Look at this open. This open. And this close. This close. Down here, 76. It hit a low of 76 within that. And here we go right here. All right, so we can see what they're going to do. You know, I said, this is 2 days. This is the third day right here. They did it right here. Boom. Brought it right back. Down. Brought it right back. Now today, what are we doing? Are they going to bring us back for number 3? You know, there's a couple days in a row. In the notes, you'll see that they open and close at the same exact freaking print. Some one time they were like 3 cents off. It was crazy. We had such a roller coaster that day. You know, of course, we went all the way up, then we came right back down to, oh man, you know. So these market makers are funny. They are funny. They're funny guys. They are funny guys. So the more we consolidate at this time structure, you see 155. If we stay at this at 71, in between 71.90 and 71.98 for, let's say, 5 minutes, the contracts, whether they're calls or puts, will all lose money together. All lose money together. You know, so it's good to know stuff like that. There's a book that I have. They have a free book that you can download online and you can read for yourself. It's called the Options Playbook. I bought the hardback. The hardback is really good because you can see everything, you know, rather than read everything on a screen. You know, you can also take notes. So when it comes to like learning how to play options and everything, I would definitely suggest that, because you can have experience. Well, you have experience in options because you want to get the book and you got the book and you want to broaden your horizon. Well, just wait until you read it your third or fourth time. You're going to realize how much you really know. It's going to open up like an onion. You think you know options? Read that. Some people call it the Bible. I also listened to his podcast, The Options Playbook. He named it after the book, The Options Playbook, because he wrote the book. So you're talking to the author who wrote what a lot of people call uh, the Bible of options. So you're listening to the guy who wrote that book every day, you know. So that's crazy. And they still work in the CBOE and everything too. So it's sick. And they have like other people, other hosts and everything. You know, they're like money market makers. It's awesome. If you're an options person, then that's where you want to go. All my food is cold, by the way. Cold. Freezing cold. I'm going to eat it anyway because I'm not going back downstairs. What time is it? It's 1:58. is quite precipitous. You see, this is why you want to scale in and you want to buy one contract at a time because those that number is not multiplied. That number is not multiplied, man. It's like when you hit the track good, ooh, a lot of times you don't think about that, because it's going in your way. But when that jump start going the other way, you bought 5 contracts at $20 each. You minus $5 on that, on the jump, -5, but no, it's 5 times 5, baby. That's 5 times 5, baby. That's damn near a quarter. Yeah. So I mean, look, I've been there. I hit it. You play options enough, you cool. You see, but you looking at -$8. You like, oh shit. Especially man, the fuck is that? Man, you eat that. That's easy eatable. Because you're gonna make that back on that right trade going the other way. So man, this is so much fun. Like I don't know. Sometimes I watch stuff, but when it's this comical of a day, you have to participate and watch. Today isn't. I think yesterday was lackluster. Yesterday was lackluster for me because it took them all day. Excuse me. This was nothing from 12 something to that, that was nothing. I will admit I got lucky yesterday. I caught this. I made a nice little. I made some bread. Well, it wasn't even that. It was just right here. It was just right here. I bought I bought like right here my calls, and then I caught this. That was a wrap. I made that. That was nice money right there. And we only have one. Now it's only minus that. That's fine. You see, you can hold that. You can hold that. But when you got if I would have bought 5 of them Jones at that price, and then it goes down, like you can't hold, like it's hard, like I don't care how right you think I don't know. Some people will go to hell thinking that they right. They'll go straight to hell, down with the ship, down with everything because I'm right and this the stock market is wrong. Like so I can't say that there's not people like that, but this is manageable. This is easy. That would be 7 times 5. That'd be 35. That'd be $35. Just you're down. You're just looking at. You're just like, ugh. Now you hoping the shit go back up. Now you're not thinking about the next play. Now there's other stuff you're not focusing on. So I really got to. I'm just talking. So I'm talking myself into this. By the way, I'm not talking to anyone out there. I'm not trying to share any advice or anything. It's just talking to me to improve my trading. Honestly, this journal is for me. Yeah, I ride my own dick every day. I don't need no one else to ride it. I come back into my stream so I can figure out my wrong, things I did wrong, things I did right. So, I want my trading to get good. There's some things that I've done that was like really amazing, because, through trading. And I want to make this not only an art, but definitely a profession. But I think you can only make it a profession if you make it an art. Not that people aren't good at things that they don't like, but when um, you know, I don't look at the money. I look at the players getting to the money because I think that is the play. The money is just the byproduct of the success. The success is the homework that you put into it, and that's with everything that scales. If two people are in the profession and they can't talk for an hour without learning something from the other person, someone's doing something wrong. And it doesn't have to be a combative conversation. It can just be a conversation on structure, maybe a teachers conference, something for teachers, for science teachers and biology. What's something new that I've learned when it comes to biology? Because I watch nature channels and nature shows and documentaries and everything like that. Um, I've learned that the dinosaurs, when it comes to the dinosaurs, the T Rex was found predominantly in North America. The T Rex is exclusively a North American dinosaur. All right, so I'm happy I didn't sell that contract because, you know, but that was the 5. What about the 4? How's the 4 doing? The 4 is doing good, but I said we were going to hit a 745 by the end of today. And this could be that push. This could be our push. Right here. This is it. So this is that power hour push right here I was telling you about. This happens too. It doesn't matter red or green. This is a common occurrence. We're still coming off these lows of the day. 110. Is that low day? No, that's not low day. This is a structure change. All right. This is it. I bought mine. I bought my contract. I've been added on too. I should have probably went a little bit heavier because this is going to be the push. So like I wouldn't say around 12 o'clock I start fishing for the end of day contract. And this is one of the end of day contracts right here. Wow, my 674s were nasty. Oh my god. Ah! They doubled. They doubled already. They doubled. They were at 3 they were just at $30. They're at $61 right now. I'm supposed to keep those. So right now, during this time of the day, this is when the money's made. This is the money right now. Man, now my 675s, they're now 30 something bucks. Now they're 30 something bucks. And my 74s are 50 something bucks. Crazy. Crazy. Now I gotta watch these. Oh, I got rid of them too early. Why is because this is the freaking here we go. I'm like, why aren't you updating? There we go. There we go. There we go. Now this tells the full story. What was that? Why are you doing some jabroni stuff? That wasn't that fast. Stop. Stop. That wasn't fast. That was legal. That was legit. Another move. There's gonna be one more final move at 345. You gotta move now, then you're gonna have a move at 345 as well. Well, today was a good day. All right, we're gonna get rid of these. I really hate to. I really hate to get rid of these. Don't make me get rid of them, please. I don't want to. You know what? We can take some pain. We're gonna take a little pain. Just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, put some meat back on the bone. Put some meat back on the bone. Okay. All right. Now we gotta make a choice. Yeah, now we have to make a choice. That sucks. I hit the pain threshold. That sucks. That sucks. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. No way. Are you really going to do that? I just sold. Really? You going to do that to me? You That's crazy. You would do that to me? This is whack. No, bro, no, they're not moving. They're still at 22, 23. Well, today was a good day. Today was a fun day. Educational day. We made some money. Made some really good plays. You know, I can't wait for people to find out that, I know what I'm doing. And then we can get more traders. When I get more people in here, and then you're going to be able to see what I really want to do. Because people are doing it wrong. And people are stealing from people too. There's a lot of thieves when it comes to these online creators, these YouTube creators. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to explain stuff, by themselves. They don't have a clean thought, original thought. I'm sorry. Um, and they use bots. They have bots. So it's like, bro, you know, it's okay. People are going to find out you're lying. And I'm not even talking about just one person. There's multiple people. But I also know multiple real people as well. Real, streamers, real traders. I'm sorry. You know, there's a lot of people who they're a guru. They want to be a guru. They know everything. Look, bro, I listen to other people. I watch other people's videos. You know, I you know, I don't hold no information. I don't have a Discord. Join my Discord so you can do some shit that I don't know how to do. Give you fake call outs, bad call outs for money I'm not spending. But pay the subscription to my Discord. And so for the trades that I'm using. And use this prop firm. Use this prop firm that, I own to give it money so it can take money away from you because it's fake. Pass no evaluation. Use your own money. I would rather you even go into leverage rather than use a prop firm's money. You make a good trade, cool. You can take your money out the next day. Prop firm talking about some other shit, man. You better stop, boy. You gotta wait 3 weeks or 3 months, and you gotta go up a certain amount of money before you gotta do that. But you gotta pay a subscription so you can have the multiple accounts. Man, no.
Yeah, you don't know that shit is a scam, bro. And you shouldn't be trading. And they're making sure that you're the product. You want more help? Come into the upgraded Discord. This is the part of the Discord that you gotta pay for. Now we got the lifetime membership. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Lifetime. $1,000 for the whole year. I don't got that. I'll take 700. We got a coupon. Hey yo, Jeff. Email this guy a coupon for 30% off. Yeah, let's give him a good deal. Yo, buddy, you got a coupon coming right now. Yo, I heard somebody say that shit in the stream yesterday, and I was just like, oh my God. That's a real life scenario. That's not me pulling shit out of my ass. Like someone, it was like, yo, he was definitely down bad on money in his trades. The guy he's a great content creator. He has really cool videos and everything, and AI and his face on like AI images and everything. He's so fake. I even bought his Discord. That's how I know his Discord is fake. And I've been trading. I know what I know how to fucking trade. I know what I'm talking about. I know what fucking spreads and this and that. I noticed that, but stuff he puts inside is so obscure. And they're late. How are you putting out call outs that the only time something like that really works is only when it's live. You have to be in a Discord channel with someone talking to them. That's the only way it works. People be lying, boy. You can't sell a Discord and stream at the same time. I mean, unless they're listening and you have them muted, or you can even have them on your freaking thing. You know, I wouldn't even care. I know what I'm talking about, but they can't do that. People can't do that because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. People just be lying. You ain't got a lot of kick. And then I'd be like, yo, why don't you come chill? Why don't you come, come to my stream? I can come to your stream. Let's talk about what's going on in the market. Let's talk shop. But they want to gatekeep. I guess they want to save their their watchers. They don't want people to know that there's someone else out there, but they're probably bots and fake. It's like, okay, like I'm here to make money. I don't care about your fucking YouTube. I mean, I'm using real money. This is real money I'm using. I don't care about no fucking YouTube, buddy. I don't care about your YouTube. mm. Crazy. You know what? I have to be right back. I need more backwoods. I'll be back. Let me put this on mute. Oh, I guess I don't have to put this on mute. Somebody break in. You know what to do. You know what to do. Hey, yo. Back in the day, somebody hit me up with a, hey, yo, you
Yo, something just happened. Were you watching those 374s? Please tell me you were watching those 374s. I went to the store, right? And I'm just like, yo, are you freaking kidding me right now? 374s broke out like huge. Huge breakout. Right now is the big play of the day right here. Well, not big play of the day, but right now there's a big crazy play right now. I'm walking to the store and I'm trying to hurry by my 374s. I'm like, no. So this is the squeeze. This is the squeeze right here that I was getting ready for. And I was telling you to get ready for too, if you're watching. Oh my God. People think they know what they're talking about so much. Right there. You see? Look what time it is. This is going to hit until 3 something. And then we're going to have another push at 3:45. So now this is when the zero dates really kick in. You know, zero dates are doing they're doing things in other places at other time frames and everything, but now is the squeeze time frame. Now this is the point in which the zero, everything that happens with that delta is going to be displayed through the price. So whatever the price of the underline is, that contract is going to move in contrast, but it's really fast, extremely fast. Right now is the time when you really got to be looking. This is the direction. If there's a jerk, the jerk can hurt, but if this is the direction, this is it, and it's crazy. Wait until you see these contracts. Well, they already made a big move. They already made a huge move. You know, right now, you see, with this time, the further we go down in price away, the further they are going to jump. Yes. Oh, we still got a lot going on tomorrow. I mean, today. You know, right now we're playing the price. We're not a bull, we're not a bear. Nobody can point at me and say, ha 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 ha. I'm happy you're losing money because it's going down. Well, I have a put. You know, they can't look at me and say, ha, I'm losing, I'm gaining money because you're not in the market. Well, I have a call. I am in the market. I'm just not in the market like you. You know. So we want to, be patient. We want to watch. We want to keep learning. We want to be a student. We don't want to be a teacher. I'd rather be a TA. Everybody want to be the smartest in the room. Well, you can be the smartest by showing you're the smartest. All right. All right. Nice. That's beautiful. We want to see that. We want to see that. Those 674s, boy. Those 674s, boy. Oh my God. Those 674s. So this is the payday, right? Yo, every single day. I know how to do this every single day. Know how to find it. Because first of all, those puts on the other side were killing it and killed it. They went up hundreds of percent. Even now they probably still up hundreds of percent. So none of that even mattered right there. All right, this is nice. There's 44 yesterday. There we go. I don't see anything scary per se with what's going on, so we just chill. I think it's 734. It can go another $1.50. Awesome. All right, we are turned back up. Weird. No. Let's roll up something nice. Rolled up. Check. Ah. Let's check the plays. Dang. You taking juice. One out of my cell. All right, so we're on pain management right now. Nope. Now we're on pain management. All right, we had to go. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You know what? I had so much stuff going on. What time is it? 3:27. Oh my God, I had someone come to the door, had some family come over, and we're talking. I'm thinking they're going to want to recover some during power out whenever it breaks out. Hey, Melissa Clark, I am back. I could have missed some points, but that's pretty much the day anyway. That's pretty much the day. Let me make sure I don't have. I don't think I have anything open. I don't think I had anything open. Yeah, no, I didn't have anything open. All right, well, I think I'm gonna go play some Path of Exile for a little bit. Catch up on everything. Well, today was good. I think I'm gonna hang it up actually. Asking nice. All right, well, today was a good day. It was fun. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for checking me out. Let me see if there's anything we gotta update. Can I update our low? I guess 668. 72. So if we want to start getting ready for tomorrow, we hit a high of 677. That's pretty much what we opened up to. With the intraday, yeah, we just kept dropping. What did we open at? We opened at 676, 676, 53. We have no close yet. That's 330. That's the 330 alarm right there. All right. I think this is filled actually. I think our 672 is filled. I'm gonna wait for more confirmation on that because we should be good on that actually. Tomorrow, I don't think I'm gonna swing anything tomorrow. Into tomorrow. I don't want to swing anything into tomorrow. So today, we did the same thing we did yesterday. No, not the same thing, I guess. Today we went up. Yesterday we went up into down. Today we just went straight down. So let's do the circle. Up, down. All right, now we're gonna go up. Tomorrow's Friday, so we could fly tomorrow. Calls into tomorrow. There's a chance we can run tomorrow. All right. All right, so we opened at so they're not gonna do that fancy shit. Before they do that fancy shit, open and closing like a dollar within each other. Nah. Nah, they're not doing that. Drop it $20 in 20 minutes. Oh my god, that would just be sheesh, the world would just oh my god. have a I have no real swings.
I put the clothes in the dryer.
What's up?
But I put your clothes in the dryer.
My bad. I had some more people come back. All right. What's going on in the market? What time is it? 52. All right. I'm not doing anything. All right. What is this? More dropping. All right. All right. I'm going to get out of here. Oh, 70. That's crazy. Oh, man. All right. I'm out of here. For good this time. For good this time. I was like in and out, came to check, and then I had family and everything out. But I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.